Ladies and gentlemen, today is Friday, September 27th, 2024, and this is day 11 of Project Halloween, in which we challenge ourselves to create a fully commercial game within a month and a half, leading all the way up to Halloween based on themes of horror. In this case, we are making a gothic farming sim in sort of a Tim Burton-esque art style. Yesterday, I took a little bit of a mental health day break. Still not a complete break. There are no 0 days if you want to succeed. I did do a little bit of bug fixing, some trial and error stuff for stuff that may have not been particularly interesting to watch, but the results are certainly interesting, and we will get to that in a minute. Feeling good today, wearing my druid shirt. I'm a force of nature, creating magic here, as we do. Art is very much a magical process. We are literally creating something out of nothing. Before we get into that, a couple of announcements to make. First of all, analytics show that about 90% of you are not subscribed, so make sure that you smash that subscribe button so that you know when we release new content, when we do our live streams. Also join our Discord, because every time we go live, we have a bot that automatically posts that so that you get notifications that way as well. Also make sure to give us a little bit of that like it love so that we know that you are enjoying this content and to keep making more of it. But today, we are continuing work on Harvest Reaper, our game in which you play as the child of the Grim Reaper. You are tired of your daily duties as a harvester of souls, and you are instead going to become a harvester of crops because you saw it on TV and thought it would be really cool. And you also thought it would be way easier. So, as you can see, we are going to be working on an inventory system today, which should not be particularly difficult considering we already made the Circuit Tracker app, which, by the way, if you would like to support this channel, that is one way that you can certainly do so. If you go on to itch.io Circuit Studios, and you can purchase our Circuit Tracker app. So if you're somebody who enjoys Zelda randomizers, Donkey Kong randomizers, things along those lines, definitely pick this up. It is very useful. So we've got our tooltip system on here, which actually that's going to lead me into another topic that I want to talk about. So we got that from Game Dev Guide, and you may have recalled from our previous streams that we have been having issues with the outlines around certain objects not working. Thankfully, somebody over on the Pirate Software Discord was able to help point out that we weren't clamping our values and we were getting negative values. So that horrible red outline around things is no longer there. The holes around things are no longer there. So while I was waiting for a response on that, I tried to look up and do some research to see what other types of outlines are out there, and I actually came across Game Dev Guide had a very interesting post-processing outline that looked promising, and Game Dev Guide is actually the channel where I first learned how to do the tooltip tutorial that you saw used in our Circuit Tracker and in other games such as Spellweaver that we made for the Pirate Software game jam. As interesting as this looks, and I know he made it work in the video, this is not the easiest video to watch, and I started off saying that I got our tooltip tutorial from them to show that I very much love and respect Game Dev Guide, but not to throw shade, but this is not a very good video. Did not explain everything particularly well, and a lot of people in the comments saying more or less the same thing, that as a newbie, you know, there was a lot of stuff that was skipped out that they didn't weren't able to follow. So that Game Dev Guide, I love you. Please make a better version of this, because I and so many other people were not able to make it work. But it looks amazing. Like, look at this. Let me just show off the final result here.
As I'm sure you can imagine, there are a lot of avenues you can take this. Now, I could leave it here and end the video. However, something I've noticed is if we select them. And I really like this, but I'd love to also be able to see a better silhouette of our character when...
Right? So, like, look how good that looks, and it works for 3D, which is exactly the thing that I kind of want, because for the 2D aspect, something I actually learned is that we can use all-in-one shader, which I have, which is awesome. So if you're not familiar with all-in-one shader, where is it? This, right, over on the Unity Asset Store. And CodeMonkey has a very helpful tutorial about how to get it started. Again, very good tutorial in contrast to Game Dev Guide. We're normally very good about that. I should point that out, not to hate on them too much. But all-in-one shader can make tons and tons of awesome, amazing effects. So just as an example, where is it? Actually, we can just go to their website, and I will show you. All-in-one shader, Sprite, Unity. It's made by Seaside Studios. So here's just some of the demo examples of things that could be made. So you got burn effects, holograms, Game Boy. And so pretty much to make all of these, it's just a matter of clicking a bunch of checkboxes to say that you want them and adjusting colors and sliders and textures and things like that. So really, really easy way to make awesome effects like this, which we are going to be getting into. And actually, I did make a couple off screen that I'm going to show. I didn't get to the wind one for the grass yet. That'll be one of the ones that we'll have to add at some point. But you can make really, really awesome things like this. And they just work on the GPU. So, and you can completely interact with them as well through code. So we'll have to update our selection system at some point to work with that. So with that said, let me actually get into showing you some of the things that we made. So you'll notice that our stamina bar looks a little bit different here. So if I click on this, first of all, unpack that. Under canvases, HUD, top left, stamina bar. And we may as well turn that on while we're waiting. So we come down. So I added a mask to this, actually, taking the background, our little fill image that we made on stream previously. And you'll notice that this now has the water shader on it, or the water texture, I should say. And we've got an all-in-one shader component on it. And if I click, we have a new material for stamina. And these are all of the effects that I decided to add to it. These are all the ones that you can add. Okay. So I tried adding wave, but it didn't look quite right. This may be inexperience with using it, but I'll have to play around. So this effect I was able to get just from playing around. And we'll enter play mode and you'll see what it looks like in real time. Look at how cool that looks. So much better. And I may actually make this go a little bit more horizontal, but that was easy. That took 5-10 minutes of playing around with stuff. Also, you'll notice that our items are bobbing around. One of the things I fixed also was the way in which that they come to us. So now they coming to us much nicer. So you can see that horrible red outline is no longer there around these things. It still does not look quite right, and the reason why is because there's not enough padding around the edge of each sprite. So what I'm probably going to wind up having to do is either export them as individual sprites or figure out a way to space them out such that I can account for leaving room to have a nice outline. But it's looking a lot better now. The control selection is still a bit finicky, but you can see no more spaces around there. So also something that I added is, come on. So if I hit this, notice that everything shakes a little bit. So I just added a little bit of camera shake. So now with certain tools like the hammer, like the pick, like the axe, when we strike something, it will actually shake the ground around, simulates shaking the ground around us. And you can see our little fountain effect is working much better now. So they're actually splaying out correctly. And if we come over to our posts, our grave plots here, this is specifically for the grave plots, not for the tilling plots. But if I dig these up, there's a chance that we'll get some gold from it. Not every time. So that is a way in the early game that the player can acquire a little bit more cash. And you can see that our stamina meter is still going down correctly, but it is now got this nice scrolling effect to it, which looks so much better than just having the static image. Eventually I will do the same for the watering cans. Yeah, we really need to fix this selection at some point. But all right, so what else can we do? So much like the soil plots, these actually inherit from our soil plot, so we can tamp these down and they will return to empty. If you tamp them down, they're destroyed completely, so you do not get any gold from that, so be careful about that. I think it's fine to make that the player's fault if they don't do that correctly. And we can come over here, we can hit these rocks too, break them up, and boulders will get a lot more. Right, we can select our notice board, but it doesn't do anything yet, but see how it's got like that nice selection outline. And we can come and we can till the ground, so you can see sort of a side-by-side comparison. And of course we can come and we can plant in these, but only where there's a plot. And of course we can come over and get some water, and we can water the stuff. I still have to go and fix the color on a bunch of the outlines, but it is definitely looking a lot better. And of course we can plant even when it's watered, and it will stay watered. And we can chop them down, so see how it's still doing the shake. And that's starting to look a whole lot nicer. So that is some of the stuff that I took care of off screen. Still have more to do. Still have to figure out a way to actually increase our stamina. Also, we have our grass here, which we can cut, and it will, at least for now, it will spawn some nice foliage for us. So what I might wind up doing also, since now we do have this ability to make an outline, is take off some of the heavier outlines for things and actually apply that in Unity using our sprite shader. So that is what I did as far as the main scene. And if we go to our pickups here, you can see I added a cascade time, and we can change the fountain dimension so it can splay out more, or it can splay out more radially. So if we just wanted things to splay out in a circle, I would turn the height all the way down and they would just splay out in a circle rather than a hemisphere. So if we open that up real quick. So actually I'm using DoTween for this. So for the initial direction, it's going to tween in the fountain direction, and we're going to set just a brief period of time where it will do the fountain effect, because one thing I found is that it's actually going to the player too quickly if you are in the trigger area, and it wasn't showing off that nice effect. So now it does, and we can change how long that lasts. And then again, just setting its velocity directly. In fact, I can get rid of all of this. I tried doing it with DoTween, but I think having it be just direct velocity is nicer and more reusable. What else do I have to show off? Yes, so those of you who watched our streams on Gravity Drive, when we were building that for the GMTK jam, you may recall that we used Sebastian Log's Boyd system. So I actually apparently wound up deleting the files at some point for Gravity Drive, so I no longer have that, which is a little concerning. I guess it's a good thing that I streamed all of it. If I ever need it again, I can always go back and recreate it. But I went ahead and re-imported Sebastian's Boyd system, trying to remake it as best I could. I haven't tested it out yet, but my plan is to use the Boyds to try and simulate that that same fountain effect, maybe a little bit nicer down the road, particularly for things that spawn up in the air, sort of like the devotion mechanic in Cult of the Lamb. So we will get to that down the road at some point, but I at least have it now. What else? I went ahead and I don't remember if I showed this on stream or not, but we refactored our planting system. So now we have a plantable, which is sort of detached from the soil plot. So we could have potentially other things down the line that are plantable, such as plots or pots or windowsill gardens, things like that. Whatever we want, we just throw this plantable script onto it. What else? I made a couple of extension methods. So we have this nice match target, which basically just goes and we can match the rotation, the scale, or the position of any other object, which could be useful in certain circumstances. And then I have one specifically for the camera as well. So one camera can match the looking direction of another. What else? You can close that down. Yes. So I made an enum for axes. So we can have options for X, Y, Z, any or all of them. And then just a bunch of helper functions to say whether we're using any particular one. And then we can recalculate a particular point in 3D space depending on which axes we're using. And this is actually important for the Poisson disk stuff. So if you remember from, again, from our Gravity Drive stream, the way that I had spawned all of those orbs and debris in space was using Poisson disk sampling. Again, since I lost that, I had to go and recreate it, and having GPT help a little bit with coming up with ideas for different strategies. So we're using the strategy pattern, the strategy programming pattern in this case, to make that. And it makes use of this axis system. So let me show you what that looks like. So if we go to scenes, to visual test, yes, save that. So here is our Poisson spawner. And at the moment, I have it set to a spiral strategy. So for this, I just have our random weeds, which basically all that does is when it spawns, it selects a random sprite from a list of sprites. Yeah, so on awake, it will select from one of these options. So for something like this, maybe something like the graves, that would also work, so that they're not completely the same every time. So it'll spawn these prefabs wherever we have a valid point. So right now you can see I have this nice spiraling pattern. And if I hit play, I did show this off in the Discord as well. So you can see we've got some nice variation, and we can change up the spacing, the tightness of the turns if we like. So for instance, oh yes, I also made it so that we can either destroy all of the child objects of this transform, right? So everything that is spawned from it will appear as a child. So we can destroy them at runtime, or we can destroy them in the editor, which is nice. So for instance, I can destroy all that, and we can generate the points. We can spawn the objects either in the editor or in world. So if I'm just handcrafting a level and I need Poisson disk sampling, so for instance, this could be like a really nice hedge maze kind of effect where I get rid of some of these middle ones and then I put something in there so it's all kind of leading towards that. So we can destroy that, and you'll notice that we have a box collider here. So it's currently set to XZ. So if I modify this and regenerate the points, now it will generate them based on wherever that box collider is. And it will conform to only points that are actually in the box. So we can get, we can go tighter if we want. We can go bigger. We can go in multiple axes. So for instance, if I have it up like that, I can change which axes I'm on. And it will do in all 3 spaces or any 2 spaces. Currently not setting the rotation, so that is one thing that I do have to future-proof. But if we pick a different strategy, for instance, let's say the uniform distribution. Not set to an instance. Why is it not set to an instance? I had this working yesterday. That's unfortunate. Because I had this working last night. I even showed it off in the Discord. Let's try a different pattern here. Let's do our Poisson cluster. Okay, so cluster is nice because we have a group of little patches, and then within each patch you have a bunch of points. So we should be able to regenerate this. So we can get nice clusters, and if I change this around. So right now it's on X and Z. I can do all 3 axes. So I think part of what I need to do on the back end is change out the way that some of the other strategies are generating the points, because I made the patterns first before I made the axis system. So if I do just Y and Z, now you'll see it's conforming to just Y and Z. If I do X and Y, it will just conform to X and Y. Which is really cool. And something I may want to do is, instead of using a box collider, just have the center and size offsets and editability be on that instead. So let's go back to all 3 spaces. So we can spawn them. Obviously for this particular object it doesn't make a lot of sense, but for things like the floating orbs and the space debris, it made more sense. Okay, so let's try a different one. So we have gradient line. So let's do XZ so you can see what that looks like. Again, I have to go in and modify this. But yeah, so we have different strategies that we can use. My favorite so far is the cluster and then also the spiral. So let's take a look actually at what some of these look like on the back end. So we have, so this is our Poisson spawner. So we have min and max radius. We have an overlap tolerance. So if it's 0, it means that the two spheres will be butting up against one another. If it's positive, they'll be a little bit spread out more. And if it's negative, then they'll be tending towards overlapping more. So we have number of points. We can inject our strategy here. We have which axes we're using. So I have a bunch of context sensitive variables. So we didn't look at this yet, but if I were to change some of these, so these are named generically because they depend on which strategy we're using. So I can change specific points within each strategy, and they will filter down. So for the cluster, and not all of them do everything, if there's a particular one that doesn't have a variable, it doesn't use it. So I can change the min and max radius. So we have variable radii instead of them all being the same. And then changing like the number of points within each cluster, the number of clusters. So just getting different effects like that. I'll have to make that more robust and less magic numbers so that they explain what they do, but that'll be requiring a bunch of editor tooling, which I'm not going to get into right now. And then just basic Poisson disk stuff. The box collider bounds is so that we have a nice easy way to edit the bounds without having to sit there and tweak. As I scale something up, I then have to move it. So having that nice gizmo is really handy. All right, so basic on validate, we generate the points first, and then we spawn objects at those points. So like you saw before when we had all the nice spirals of plants. So using the bounds of our box, creating a system func to determine our variable radii. If we wanted just all the same radii, we would get rid of this and just inject radius directly. So speaking of injecting, so we inject all of those variables into our strategies just to store them, and then each strategy will get them and assign them to particular things. And then we filter them so that only the ones within the bounding box are actually valid. And then these are just those helper methods that I made. Right? I have to split it out to destroy immediate for the editor, and then this one for runtime. Also making a bunch of other helpful scripts. I didn't want to do that. Close that down. And then just doing an onDraw gizmos. So again, I have to go in and I have to account for like the local rotation as well. But that'll be for a future project. I just wanted to show off what we're doing with that. So for instance, if we go back up here to our Poisson disk strategy. So this is the base class for all of them. We're making them as scriptable objects. So I just have placeholders for number of points and those context sensitive variables, as well as our axes. So all that gets injected in before we generate the points. And then this method will get overridden in each of the individual strategies. Then we can check whether it's valid based on the min and max radius that we set. So basically, if you're not familiar with Poisson disk, it will go through particular space, and it will select a point at random. And if there's no other point within a certain distance of it, then it will spawn a new point there. So that's what that's checking. And if it's valid, then we add it to the list, as well as keeping track of the different radii that we have, which is what we use for drawing our gizmos. And so then if we look at some of these individual strategies, for instance, the uniform strategy. So it's basically just picking a random direction, a random point within there. So nothing too crazy. And then here's where I would have to go in and modify these to use our axes. So one of them does it. I think the cluster one does. Yeah. So here you can see I'm actually accounting for the fact that we're using those particular radii. So I'd have to go through and do that on each of those, as well as take into account local rotation. What else? Yeah, so this is for the cluster one. We generate a list of clusters, and then within each cluster we generate a list of points, and then just return that. The spiral one, if you want to see that, basically just incrementing our turn radius each time. And then we can have other strategies, as many different kinds as we want. So that's all really cool. And then the other thing I was doing is playing around with our 3D outline. So something I noticed is that it works a lot better when the objects don't have a lot of sharp corners. So if they're particularly round, it works really well. And so the way that these work is effectively it's doing double duty, which I don't like. So you have to double the mesh. And this is why I created that sort of match transform script. So we have the shadow, which is on the outline layer. And then we have the base object. So this is why I was looking into the post-processing one, because having to double up all the meshes for everything is really performance intensive. So we'll probably have limited applications for that. Most of the stuff that will be selectable and outlineable will be 2D, so it shouldn't be that bad. And we'll also be using ProBuilder to generate, fewer game objects, but higher mesh count. So that is what we have going on for now. I also made it so that stones you can use the hammer or the pickaxe, which I think makes more sense. It also gives more use to the pickaxe. So with all that said, we need to be working on inventory. So let's go create a new scene. Scene. Inventory test. Okay. And we can also get some music going. And turn my alarm off. Where is Praise the Lamb? I should save this as a playlist, so I don't have to keep doing this. Praise the Lamb 1 hour. Add to queue, start a cult. Work and worship for an hour. Knuckle bones for an hour. And sacrifice for an hour. Okay, let me save this. Okay. So come down to scripts. Do we want it under UI? I guess it would make sense under UI. Inventory system. I'm just going to put it up here, because liking to keep systems at a root level. So again, this shouldn't be too difficult, considering I already made something similar for our circuit tracker. But we're going to have to do something a little bit different for this one, just because we're dealing with a virtual mouse. So we can't use our normal eye draggable. So for instance, if I go it's using .events systems, I think. So like iDrag handler. So this takes in pointer event data. Pointer being like the mouse, for instance, so wherever the mouse is. But because we have the option of using a virtual mouse, we need to do something a little bit different. We might have to write our own. Let's actually look at that pointer event data. Frame press state, pressed, released, pressed, and released. World position, world normal, world click. Scroll data. So pointer event data, sending base data, that's just the constructor. So is pointer moving? Is scrolling. It'd be really nice if I didn't have to reinvent the wheel here. I guess we can start to make it work with the built-in methods and interfaces, and if we find that we need to do something different later, then we can. All right, so as always, let us start with some pseudocode. So let me see if I actually have my notes from last time. Okay. So this is essentially all the things that we need to make as far as this is concerned. So we need to be able to create a new inventory. We have a list of items in that inventory. The inventory will have a size. Use an array or even 2D array. So we have inventory visuals. So that'll be like the actual sprite, for instance, that goes on there. Panel container to show raycast blocker for cursor hover. Background. Okay. So, public class inventory slot. Public class inventory visual. So the inventory visual hold things like panel, background, array, or grid layout, scroll rect, and then the slot visual hold background, sprite counter, so like this will be the container, this will be the individual slot. So we're going to need an array of slots. Do I want to do it as a 1D array, a 2D array? 1D array would be interesting and more modular in the sense that we can make it radial as well and reuse it for that. But that means manually hard coding in wraparound features, which is annoying. A 2D array would have the benefit of we can use Odin to actually show off our sprites in the inspector. I guess for a radial array, we could always just give it a height of 1. So let us say, start with int with height. What's a good default? Equals. I guess just default it to 0. Okay. So we need a (2D) slot array. Slots equals new slot array width height. Fine. Inventory. This will be the constructor. So for now, we'll say int width, int height. Set width equals this dot height equals height, and then slots equals that. Okay. Do we want inventory to be a mono behavior? That's a good question. Trying to think if there's a good argument for ever having an inventory that is not a mono behavior. Because one thing we can't do is use the new keyword with a constructor for that. Also wondering if we want to make these generic, so like a slot that could only take a particular type of thing, like a tool slot, for instance. I guess for now we'll leave it as not generic. Game object contents. Public slot visual. We'll also make this serializable. Same thing with this. Instead of this, we'll say init. All right, what else? We need our visual. Public inventory visual. All right, so in our visual, we'll say let's actually move this to its own class. Move this to its own class. And move this to its own class. Close down all of these, all of these. Using system, using Unity Engine, using Unity Engine.ui. So what do we need? We need a public image background, public grid layout. Transform container. What else? So I kind of don't necessarily want to include these two because, again, if we make it a radial one, what else? What else? What else? Public button, closed button. So our slot visuals, public image background, public image sprite. Ew, gross, go away. Using system, using Unity engine, using Unity engine.ui. What else? What else? What else? Using TMP. Public text mesh, pro U GUI, counter text. Header counter. Public image counter background. So we're going to want methods for do we want to make specifically a script for a slot item? Right, so methods for go, hide, counter, and text. Methods for setting text. Methods for validating count and clamping values. Methods for setting and nullifying visuals, for drag, drop, change, methods for save load. So that probably won't be handled on the slot visual. That might be handled on like the slot. Methods for getting and setting items slot. For saving and loading. Methods for transferring inventories. It's like our hotbar to a chest or vice versa. Methods for drag, drop, use, reorder. Methods for split, stacking. So we have a slot item. Public class slot data, so file name equals data, menu name equals inventory slot data. Public pool stackable. All right, let's just see what this looks like so far. Create UI canvas. So let's just say call this inventory. Inventory visual. Image background. Let's do so this image came from the dialogue system asset pack that we used in Butterfly Effect, our game for the Sasquatch Studios Game Jam. New UI button. And in fact, I just saw I like that better. This is just placeholder for now. In fact, let's do this. Yes, I know it must have a background. And you will. That way I can rotate this. I guess we'll leave it like that. Maybe not that much. 7's usually my go-to. Okay, that looks good. Then we want the option for a scroll rect. And in the contents, UI So here we need to make a slot. Image, background. Image, So for now, graphics, sprites, UI, something else I thought about in doing the all-in-one shader is that they have the ability to do drop shadows, so I probably don't need these on the actual items themselves. In fact, that would probably be detrimental if we did that. That needs to go there, and then this needs to be this one. Make that bold, centered. And in fact, we have prefabs for this. So U for the icon, and for now, Okay. Um, we can change that to anything we want, really. And it should still look good. Okay. Do I want to make a separate icon ghost item, or do I want to make... Put all those in there for now. Create material. All this ghost. This is just testing for now. So all-in-one sprite shader. So we need to set this to UI. So we come down here to ghost. And so it's pretty much that easy. Anything else that we want to add to this? Motion blur. Not really. So here, let's say slot icon. So if we come down to blend, can do something like that. And here, as I was saying before, can add shadow. Sadly, that's looking very ugly. Why is that so ugly? That because yeah, I think what I'm going to have to do at some point is unfortunately export all of these as individual sprites, which is going to suck. Because I think I need to do them as single sprites. Do I have anything that is a single sprite at the moment? Snow, but that's not a good example. Frame. That's because you are hovering over that. And I can't go past that. Let's see. Can we do your documentation all in one sprite shader documentation. I don't want the interactive demo. Asset store link. Documentation. This allows you to add a nice soft shadow to your UI images. True shadow component. But that's a different asset. Is that free? If it's free, I might just get it. $20 for True Shadow. I do like that. Works with spline renderer. Works with all pipelines. I do like me some intuitive WYSIWYG controls. Emulates glow. Also has screen mode. Can add shaders to it as well. Alright, you know what? I'm sold. Just the fact that you can do additive and custom shaders on that. Because the built-in shadows in Unity are not very good. Same thing with the outline for TextMesh Pro. Nice soft shadow to your UI images. To use it, you'll need to add the True Shadow component. Only appear in objects that have UI image attached. So interesting that they acknowledge that their shadow is actually effectively worse than somebody else's shadow. Package manager. My assets. Okay, import. We don't need any demo scenes. I don't want your demo scenes now, woman. Get away. We'll take example shaders. Neomorphism. Okay. Um... Can always delete demo stuff later. Remind me, chat. Remind me that I have to go and delete stuff later before we make an actual build. While we're doing this, so here's an important consideration with regards to all-in-one shader. Saying, by default, if you use this tool with a sprite that's inside a sprite atlas, you'll see that the visual results that you obtain when using UV effects are not the ones that you expect. It's because the sprite renderer knows that it's a partial image since it's inside an atlas, but the shader doesn't, which causes unexpected results. The problem with sprite atlases is that each sprite inside the atlas has an arbitrary UV range depending on its size. Sprite atlas setup normalizes the texture coordinates from 0 to 1, even though each individual sprite within that atlas has an arbitrary range. This setup will make UV effects work as you expect in images that are inside sprite atlases. The wind effect is a great example. Compare how a sprite inside an atlas looks with the wind effect when using the atlas setup versus when not using it. With this atlas component buttons, you can add and remove sprite atlas setup. Okay. If you're using a sprite that won't be changing, can leave everything as is after pressing. We are using an animation that swaps sprite. Flipbook, for instance, will need to check every day. UI images work the same, but have a slight exception. For this to work, every sprite inside the same atlas must have a different material assigned. Keep in mind that there are two effects that don't really work with this feature regarding rec size and polar coordinates, okay? Scripting, enable, disable, random seed. Okay. So go to our frame here. Did I not import it? I think I just downloaded it. I didn't actually import it. Oh. Okay. Let's try again. No? You're not? Okay. Fine, we'll restart. Yet. Uh-oh, what did I do? That's not good. I just want to make an inventory system, man. Alright, so while we're waiting for that to reload, let us think. Methods for showing and hiding for a window. I guess you need to be in mono behavior then. True. Make this one false. I'm really hoping I didn't work my whole project by trying to rename that stupid thing. Which I really hate it when assets have folders that are named in such a way that I can't tell what it is. Right? So like all-in-one shader names its folder all-in-one shader. So this guy who made this true shader thing names it after himself. So like, unless I know who you are, I can't tell what your thing is, and then I go back and I look at it. And if you told me that it was named True Shadow, it's like, ah, I see. Okay. Makes sense. There was some other one that did that, where they name it after like the company or whatever. No Dialogue Maker, Dialogue Manager, Dialogue System does that. Where they call it Pixel Crushers, but I guess that's fine. There was some other asset that I'd gotten where it names it after the person, so don't do that. Alright, what are you trying to tell me? Yeah, like CanGam is another one where it's just the settings generator. It's always something. All right. I never did get a chance to watch that Untitled Goose Zelda game. The Wind Honker or whatever it was called. Alright, what can we do while we were waiting? We can eat shit. That's what we can do while we're waiting. So, it's actually really nice out this morning. I went for a walk for about an hour, just up and down my block, seeing all the lovely little things up and down my street. Okay, there we go. We actually have progress. Probably something I should start doing on a more regular basis is going for a walk prior to streaming, like when I first wake up, because usually I wake up in the afternoons. Mostly because I'd be streaming all night. Which actually, on a related note, so I had mentioned that it's very difficult to stream here at night because I live with other people and people sleeping just next door. But that hasn't been an issue of late. At least they haven't mentioned anything to me, even though I've been doing several all-night streams. So we will see if that continues to be a thing going forward. Maybe I won't have to worry so much. It does mean that I can't necessarily be loud at night. So while we were waiting for that, let's continue to read some documentation here. Custom sort axis. That's for 2D. Alright, actually, while that's going, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll be right back. Okay, we are back, and it looks like whatever issue that was has been fixed now, thank God. Okay. Yeah, so like matte goods, status effects. Right, you should make this your root folder because I have no idea who you are. I'm not going to bother switching that because we don't want to run into that issue again. Okay, so back to what I was doing. Package manager. True shadow, import. All this just to get some nice shadow effects. Sure, just import everything. Okay. So we are attempting to add a shadow here. Nice soft shadow to your UI images. To use it, you'll need to add the true shadow component. So like pixel crushers. Hot dog guard. There we go. And in fact, let's try this on a regular image first. Just because this is having issues at the moment. Interesting. So that's probably what we want. And then I said 7. We can add any kind of a glow that we want to this. So that looks really nice. Oh, I see. That's using this angle. Okay. Algorithm fast. I guess fast is fine. So like that looks really good. I don't know what these settings are. Oh, extra small, small, medium, large. I guess those are just presets. Oh, interesting. I can set these to be whatever I want. So what is this? This would be like medium. So distance. What is your alpha? It's like whatever the default alpha is. 75, I think, is what I use in Illustrator. That's really cool. I like that I could set presets like that. And I can do insets too. Ooh. This changes things, chat. I'm doing like that raccoon meme. Hey Aiden and Adrian, welcome to the chat. How are you guys doing today? I don't think I've seen you guys around before. Am I designing icons? I kind of already did that. At the moment, I'm just playing around with some assets, including all-in-one shader, and this other one that's apparently compatible with it, which is called True Shadow. So right now, I'm setting up the visuals for our inventory, just so we have something to look at and to work with before going and hooking up the logic. So right now I'm testing out this asset called True Shadow, which we just bought on the Unity Asset Store. So it allows us to do really cool real-time shadows that are a lot better than the ones that are built into Unity. Like I can do insets, for instance, which is useful for certain things. And then just discovering that we can have certain presets, which is good. Trying to think if there are any other presets I want to set up at the moment. I guess we can cross that bridge when we get to it. Advanced settings. North Shadowcaster's color. Yes. Color bleed mode. I don't know what that does. Disable fit. Improve shadow fit on some sprites. And procrastinate. Bug that is fixed. Okay then. But that looks really good. I like that a lot. So now we come back to our icon and add a true shadow. So in the all-in-one shader documentation, let's go to materials. UI. Lot icon. So you already have that. We don't want to edit that. No, thank you. Sprite is inside an atlas. How do I get this window back? Is it always so much work with one little thing, or are you not much experienced with that tool? So I am extremely brand new to True Shadow and relatively brand new to all-in-one shader. So for those particular assets, it is a matter of not being particularly experienced with it. And also testing around and seeing what looks good. Also, where did my material go? All-in-one sprite shader. Yeah, Fibucci, that was the other one that I was annoyed at. They name their folders in such a way that I can't easily tell what it is, but it's like, oh, it's text animator. I got it. Okay. True Shadow. I guess now could turn that shadow off. So like when we highlight over it, we can add that. Highly impressive how much stuff you can change and how many options that tool has with all these little details. Yep, it's fantastic. I'm kicking myself for not having used it sooner. Maybe it's this language barrier, but if someone gave me that tool, tells me that I have to change something, you would instantly close it and quit your job / hobby. Aw. It's not that bad. They have lots of good documentation that I'm refusing to read. Outline is pixel perfect. Sure. Doing this as a hobby? Nope. This is basically my job. Having to rely on you guys for support in that regard. There was a sheen effect on here as well. Flicker, shadow, shine. I like that. Okay, what else? What else? What else? So we have the true shadow. Shine should be a little darker. Well, this is going to be very small. So at that scale, I guess it could be darker. And all of a sudden that's not working. There we go. Way better, yeah. So like as we select it, you can have the outline and do a shine. still don't like how this outline is working. Okay, first of all, not sure why it's working for some items and not others. It's like it's working on the coin, it's not working on the picture frame. Which is weird. Alright, so a soft shadow to your UI images. To use it, you'll need to add the true shadow component and then the true shadow compatibility component. Use them manually or by using this. Only appear in objects that have UI image attached. Okay. Well, this has a UI image. Why is that not showing up? It's like neither of these two things is showing up. Which is very frustrating. All right, Adrian, take care. Have a good sleep. Also, hello, Pavel. How are you? I guess I'm getting all of the people from India and East Asia at the moment. So you guys are just waking up. Add another tab, project. Just came back from work. Project is going great. So you missed me showing off a bunch of voice on disk spawners and some of the new effects that we added. Yeah, I'm not seeing... Let me Google this. Google True Shadow Compatibility Script. opacity, all in one shader. Enable compatibility mode with it, and possibly further. The nice thing is, once we figure this out, we don't have to worry about it again. It's okay, I can show it off now if you want. Let's go back to scenes. Actually, before I do that, I really want to find this helper. Got any thoughts about Unity 6? It looks very impressive. I'm particularly interested in a couple things. One is the fact that they're going to integrate Unity dots into normal game objects on the back end, which should improve performance massively. That's the biggest thing for me. Some of the AI stuff could be interesting depending on how good it is. I mean, I played with Stable Diffusion before, and it's very difficult to get anything consistent. But it's good for generating concepts and ideas at the very least. Although at that point, I may as well just use Stable Diffusion. What are some other things that they were talking about? I'm trying to recall. Oh, the new animator that's coming out to replace Mechanim. That looks very promising, considering that Mechanim is always a pain in the ass to set up. Which reminds me that I don't use enough animations in my workflow. I really should. You know, having to sit here and manually tweak where something is lerping when I can just use a WYSIWYG approach in the animator and just animate it. That's more my workflow anyway. Like you see me right now, I'm sitting here manually making up a mock-up of all this. I guess the shadow is working. So I hate how this is all the way at the bottom. Yes, global angle by default. So if I remove this, okay, there we go. And then if we want to change the angle, we can. Oh, you know what? That could be really good for like a button press effect. Ooh. That's an idea. Let's come over to our close button. Background. Say true shadow. No. interactive shadow. Also very curious what hot dog card means. True shadow, thank you. So, close button, on click. Right, I'm just doing this to see what the function is. True shadow. Inset. So currently, inset is false. Pressed color. Light baking, I don't know too much about. I mean, I know that it used to be a practice that was done back in the day, like in the N64 PS1 era, before we had all this real-time lighting effects. And I also don't do too much work in a 3D pipeline, so it doesn't really affect me. But anything that improves lighting performance is definitely a good thing. Let's just test that out, I guess. Not so noticeable there. If I put it on... U. Button. On click. Okay, so that definitely does what we want, kinda. We just have to make it so that, so that when we release, it goes back to normal. Okay, also, you do currently have this, so if we hit play, it does seem to be compatible and working right out the box, so... Okay. UI. Let's make a folder. Buttons. Okay. Button. True shadow. Public void. Awake. Button equals that. Shadow equals that. Private void on enable. Button dot on how do I get the let's see, Unity button get pressed state. How to show button as pressed state. Show button as pressed in Unity. Show button is pressed in Unity. You can use the select property button component. The property allows you to set the button state to either normal, highlighted, or pressed. Oh, apparently Draki just came online. He's playing Deep Rock Galactic. You can set the select property so if button dot select Alright, so it is a selectable. On submit. So is pressed. So that's all protected, which means I can't access it. That's annoying. So there is no way to get it. See, that's a method. Yes, rock and stone. Sprite state. That's super annoying. Because the only one we have access to is on click. Which is not particularly useful to us. Could do something really jank. Just to say, like, if, like, compare a color to it. Because we have all these. We could say if its color is matching one of these, but that's terrible. I shouldn't have to do that. Alright, we won't worry about that for now. I just wanted to see if that was possible. Because it would be so easy just to hook in an event to that. Come back to this later when you make your own custom solution. Okay. That's all polished stuff. We don't need to get involved in that right now. If I don't mind you asking, what is the idea for the game? So you are playing as, let me actually bring up our GDD. So you are playing as the child of the Grim Reaper, and in fact we can go to our summary. So a 2.5D Gothic horror farming sim. So you farm resources, build up currency, help the various people of the Underworld, including the main factions of angels and demons. As you progress, your final fate will be determined by the choices you made along the way, whether getting sent to heaven, hell, or back to Earth. That was sort of the old premise. I need to update that. So, your father is Death, the Grim Reaper, ruler of the Underworld. You are in training to take his place, but really don't want to. You are much more interested in the goings-on of the living than the affairs of the dead. When your father tells you that your coming-of-age ceremony draws near in only 3 short years, you tell him you'd rather be a farmer in the land of the living. Depending on how you tell him will affect his reaction. Depending on your initial reaction, one of these options will be invoked and affect your relationship with your father throughout the game, and that of other NPCs as well. The ultimate goal is to impress him and win his approval, so he will allow you to keep the farm and continue working on it instead of or in addition to reaping souls. After your initial conversation with Death, he sends you to continue your training under your mentor. And then we go to the soul processing. So you basically have to balance your duties as a Grim Reaper doing judgment of souls, sort of like Koenma or King Enma in the Japanese tradition. I was just sitting there kind of rubber stamping souls to get by. And you get a little bit of currency from that. It's more so something that you have to do rather than something that you want to do. Souls appear by the river Styx and will queue up in a line until you've dealt with them. If you wait too long, Death will hear of this and become angry, and you'll lose the game, deleting your save file. If a soul is kept waiting longer than 7 days, you'll receive a notice warning about it, and then have 2 days to correct the problem. Processing souls takes time to complete, and they will appear at random times with random characteristics, so be sure to check the coastline regularly. Time spent at festivals doesn't count towards this, but if you do not have an opportunity afterwards, as the festival ends, always put you into evening or next morning, at which point you'll be hearing from your dad. Souls pay you 2 coins. Those are the forget what they're called. Coins. In Greek. Obols, right? So the 2 coins that they put on your eyes. So your day job as the Grim Reaper doesn't pay particularly well. And then you can judge the souls, and you can send them to the good place or the bad place, and that will affect your reputation and other systems throughout the game. And then in between all that, you get to do farming stuff. So let me actually, since you asked, and for anybody who's new and just showing up, scenes. So this is our character. So this is what we have so far. So you can go around. You can break up rocks on the farm. And you can till the soil. And we can plant things in the soil. Currently, we can only plant trees. And we can chop the trees if they're fully grown. And we can water our plants. So we come over to the river. A little bit jank at the moment. I have to fix that still, I know. But yeah. And then we can come over and we can cut the grass with our scythe, because we are Death after all. Of course we have a scythe. And then eventually this will lead up to the ranching area where you could get animals. And you'll have a little notice board where you can take missions from NPCs. This will be where your house is going. This will be where your horse is. This will be your warp point to get to other areas quickly. This will be the Palantir, which is like your television for checking on the news and the weather and upcoming festivals. So this will lead out to the fields, which is a central hub area. And then you can go and you can visit your dad. You can visit other areas of the world. And then this will be leading down to the docks, where you can go and do the reaping stuff. And so, like, I made all of this so far. Oh yes, and we have our stamina bar here, which I showed off previously. Yeah, I really like the 2.5D aspect of the game as well. So eventually you'll be able to do fishing. So we have a whole bunch of tools. So we've got shovel, so we can come over to these graves and dig them up. And there'll be a chance that they'll give you coin and bones. I don't have bones implemented yet, but we do have coins. So that's like, you can get some starter money from clearing out your farm. And of course we can chop these down. So I don't have animations yet, or sound effects, but you'll notice in the top our stamina is going down. And so as we water things, our water meter also goes down. And we can come over and we can refill it. I don't have anything implemented for it yet, but this is also your health bar. So as your health depletes, it'll change just like this. And then these will be for other things I haven't decided yet. But we also have a wand, which will be for casting various magic spells. So things like improving growth. Haven't decided yet on what all those are going to be. But we've got a torch, which is not implemented yet. Got a staff, which is not implemented. So we have our scythes, currently 2 different kinds. Shears, which will be for cutting sheep, wool, and things like that. Our pick, brush, bucket for milking, a lantern, which is not yet activated. But that'll just add like a little bit of light for you when we eventually implement day and night. So the hoe we showed off, the axe we showed off, fishing rod. You'll eventually be able to come over here and fish off the docks. Bell for calling your animals. So that's what we have so far. And you can also plant on these as well. So you can dig those up. So that's pretty cool. Oh yes, we also have our basic currency system showing up. So we can get money, we don't have anything to spend it on, which will eventually get to a shop system. Alright, back to inventory. So we have our scroll view, contents, am I planning to do walking animations? Yes. I will eventually be doing animations for a bunch of stuff. I haven't implemented any of those yet, because we're still technically in the prototyping stage. Animations are more like a polished thing. Like somebody had suggested having your sprite scale up and down as you walk. So like we haven't implemented a state machine yet. but animations will be later. We want to get the core gameplay mechanics down first, and then visuals are more just like eye candy. I've been doing a little bit of eye candy as I come up with it, just to keep morale high, but for the most part, we want to save all that stuff for later. Prefabs, UI. Love the overall concept so far. Thank you. So something else I didn't show off yet, which we could do now, I guess. Plugins, prefabs, themes. So I was showing this off at the start of the stream. I made yesterday a Poisson disk spawner, which basically is just a way for you to semi-randomly or procedurally generate a bunch of items throughout a world based on points that don't overlap with one another. So if I just hit play, so you can see as I tweak these parameters, it changes what the settings are. And so it'll go and it'll spawn those items based on what I have set here. Let's actually do play focused. So I can spawn in objects, and in fact, probably want them there. So we can destroy those. We can have a completely different strategy if we want. So we've got like a spiral distribution. See how they're in a nice little spiral like that? And then if I go into play mode, so they're a bit janky near the center, but otherwise it's working pretty well. Can probably fix that just by upping the min radius. So those are just some neat little ways that I can generate a bunch of objects on the fly. So I can do it in at runtime, or I can do it in play mode. So I can spawn a bunch of objects there, and then I can move this. Probably what I should do, actually, since I'm thinking about it, So now just make a bunch of these. Why did that not work? If container equals null, not assignment. Okay. So now, spawn them, move that off to the side, queue up the next one, spawn objects, move that off to the side, queue up the next one. We can even change the mode that we want. Queue up the next one. So you can see I can make a bunch of different little things like that. And in fact, while I'm thinking about it, so that way, so like I can move those, but then delete them. And say we want to change the parameters. And there we go. So now we have a whole new set. Just like that. And we can make a whole bunch of variations. So, isn't that very cool? I think that's very cool. So that'll help in doing level generation. And then we can always just prune them back later. Alright, so back to the main focus, which is our inventory. We can get rid of this for now. How hard is it to make a procedurally generated map using it? Well, that's done on a case-by-case basis. Depends on what you're actually making. But that will allow me to basically define an area, either 2D or 3D, and just spawn a bunch of crap into it according to certain rules. So I can go and I can make custom rules for it. So each of these is basically a set of rules, and then I can plug in parameters into those rules to further refine them. So it can't do everything, but if I need stuff that's just scattered around, like debris or rocks or leaves or vines, I can definitely use it for that. Also, hey Paint and Code. How's the game going? It is going well. I just finished showing off a bunch of stuff. So right now we're working on an inventory system, just testing this out. Also, I really hate that this isn't showing up in the scene view. I mean, it's working fine there. I guess that doesn't matter so much because it's going to be varied. Why is our stuff not aligning to the grid? Oh. Because I'm stupid, that's why. It's the wrong type of transform. Okay. So padding, let's just start with 25 all around. What was I drawing for the previous art stream? All of this. So, bunch of rocks, bunch of bushes, bunch of grasses, which in hindsight, I don't like the way those look, so we'll have to fix that. I drew a notice board. Bunch of notes for the notice board. Some hay. Bunch of tombstones. Bunch of weeds. I was just showing off the voice on disk spawner that would let us put all that stuff around the world. Bunch of vines. Will they have a white border to make it look more paperish? So they will have a white outline if you select it. Alright, Pavel, have a good night. Feel free to stop by tomorrow or any other day that I'm streaming. We also have silvergrass. And then this will eventually be a picture frame, so we could put pictures inside of it. So like little Easter eggs and decorations. So stuff to put around your farm. Today you can hang out till the end of the stream? Nice. Did you bring your tea? I also have these, which I'm not too thrilled about, but it is what it is. I much prefer these, to be honest. So if I show you what these look like... So the idea is that these will eventually be little debris things around your farm that you have to clear out. Alright, so back to working on this. You're a huge fan of the simple art style, you just adore it. Something like Liam Victor, a blend of simple and complex, really cool. Good job on the icons, thank you. Make sure you share it out with all your friends. Show them what's been going on, tell them about it, get hype, get that grassroots marketing going. Right, so this is essentially our visual. So what we need to do then, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have no friends? Aw. Go make some friends. Bond over shared interests. Right, this was an issue that we ran into when I was making the circuit tracker, is that there isn't really a good way to control the child's size. This is where I'm gonna have to go back to the till and go grovel back to Game Dev Guide. Or ask ChatGPT. Right, so for horizontal and vertical we can control it easily, but not for the grid layout. How do I want to deal with this? Also, prefabs. Um, UI materials. I guess we should put crop data under farming too. And inventory under UI. While I'm thinking about that, let's do that. And inventory. Yep, go get your tea. You'll be back. We'll be here. Let's do that as well. Okay, that's a lot better. So now material. Thought I could apply material to this. Let me import my other fonts. Games, Unity projects. Butterfly effect. You probably have it. Yes. Oh, is it this bullshit again? Okay. Let us pick one that we kind of like for this. Kind of like the Boo Oscar Diggs one. Okay, so we are going to test this out. Where is the documentation here? I really thought that would work. I'm wondering if text animator would be better for this. It's like none of this is actually doing anything for us. Render material to image. That's kind of neat. Not what we want, but it's neat that we could do that. I think we will abandon this. And just go with that. Having the shadow alone is really nice and crisp. Mm-hmm. And here's a question. Do we want that to have an effect on all our UI? I think we do. One. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we have our inventory visuals, at least. So now we need a bunch of items. So we need the ability to drag and drop stuff. And we need a bunch of slot data. Let us make some buttons. And what do we want these buttons to do exactly? Test buttons. This is why I hate these layout groups. All right, so we have a bunch of test buttons that we can do stuff with. For instance, spawning items into the world. So what are some things we would like to do? So let's start by dragging and dropping stuff from one to another, which means that we're going to need a couple different items. So inventory, folder, bot data. We should probably also give these names. That would be a good idea. Public string display name. Okay. So I remember from doing this in the item tracker, something I had wanted to refactor was we had put text in the lower corner, but we didn't always put a counter. So you are going to need header, public sprite icon, public sprite secondary, public string, this way, in the lower right corner, or wherever, we can show an icon. I'm trying to think if there's potentially other icons that we want to show. So like I'm thinking for things like tools or seeds, we could have like a little icon in the top corner. But are there other ones that we want to add? So, quality and status. So things like this would be anything that isn't an integer. It's like for the item tracker that we made, we'd have things like the hook shot and the long shot and have like an H or an L. For non-stackable markings. So let's go back to our slot. So for instance, if we hide that, actually, hide that, let's say that this is like M. So basically you'll either use the counter or you'll use this or you'll use neither. So you got that or that. Just trying to think if there's ever a situation where we would have both. I don't think so. Then we could just do the int to a string, which would probably have to do anyway. So then we wanted U. We could have like quality there and do we want it there or do we want it there? Maybe we just want it there. I think there would look best. Like maybe not necessarily these particular icons, but something like that. So like if we had the watering can, for instance, you could have that icon be for whatever your water is. Or like if the tool is broken, you could have an icon for broken state. So that's looking good. What do we call it here? Secondary, tertiary. Okay. I'm just trying to think as far as the counter goes. So first of all, these icons are too big. part of this is made difficult by the fact that the sprite icon itself has the shadow on it, which we might not want going forward. So this is all subject to change. But that's looking spaced out a lot better. So the question is, what if we have text that is above 999? Do we want to go above 999? Or above 99, rather? How would that look? That's okay, bud. Does that look okay if it's going outside? I'm just trying to see if I can future-proof the design so that if I ever had a situation where I needed to go above 99, that it would still look good. So for instance, we're listening to Cult of the Lamb. So like how they have their text going across whatever the thing is, but they also have like an outline around it. So like outlines historically do not play well with Text Mesh Pro. So I'm just trying to think, because they can have theirs go all the way across. Yes, exit prefab mode. So like that doesn't look bad. And it's doubtful that you would ever get up to that much. I guess we could make a stack limit of 999. I should make letter text brighter. How? It's already white. And we already tried doing all-in-one shader and it isn't working on it for some reason. The problem is, with TextMesh Pro, when you add a stroke, it adds it to the center or the inside. So I can only go up so high before it starts looking like crap. Which is one reason you'll note, since Cult of the Lamb is made in Unity, why their outlines are only so thick versus the outlines on all this other stuff. Now you could go in and change the font texture, but that's a pain in the ass. I think I could get away with that and have that look good. So now if we enter play mode, that's nice and crisp. That's reading pretty well. Might even make the text a little bit smaller. Because, I mean, most humans can read 12-point font at a default. This is double that. I usually like to make my stuff bigger than 12-point font, like at least 18-point font, specifically for people who have difficulties seeing and reading. And particularly with UI, you want it to be very clear. So that's pretty much the entire font right there. Okay. Dum, dum. Sliders. Um, all right, so the counter and text are not raycast. These are not raycast. The background needs to be a raycast. And in fact, so the icon needs to be, where is it? Masked UI. I learned that earlier. For some reason, whenever the text is smaller, it becomes darker, unless that is something with screen res. So that's why I try and test it in full screen mode. like this. So part of the reason why it's darker is due to color relativity and value relativity, and the fact that if you put a light thing next to a dark thing, they'll kind of blend with one another. So now we need to make a decision. Let's make a couple things as slot data, first of all. And the reason for that is because you need to be in your own script. I should also do a music cycle for the day. What do you mean? As in play different music? For like the last week and a half, I've been doing Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley to change it up from Cult of the Lamb stuff. Instead of having one song playing on loop throughout the whole overworld, it can slowly... Oh, you mean adaptive soundtrack in the game itself. Yeah, that would be nice. But I'm not a music person, so... Oh yay, Unity crashed. Save early, save often. But yeah, I love the idea of adaptive soundtracks in games. Like, one of my favorite games of all time is Banjo-Kazooie, and they have an adaptive soundtrack. That's where I first heard that idea. It's like the idea that you're going through the hub world, and as you get to the different zones, it slowly starts to fade in to that particular area's variation. Unity crashed, 100 points for Gryffindor. Delete that. Wait for hot reload. Yes, small details, but that's for the polish stage. So this is definitely going to get outsourced to our scriptable object factory. I'm just doing this to test for right now. Secondary icon, none. We could do a tool. Axe. What I may even wind up doing is having special UI-based icons. By the way, what were your thoughts on the ghost ship that comes every full moon or something and got good trades? That's long term down the line. So like similar to how Stardew has the special merchants, or how Cult of the Lamb has special merchants that sell you interesting things. Like in Stardew, how they have this guy who shows up periodically, like only on Sundays or something. Having something like that. That could definitely be an idea long term. But for now, let's get the base gameplay stuff up and running. Alright, so these can all be stackable up to 999. I mean, if we don't stack them, then we effectively, instead of having a Stardew type of inventory, we have a Cult of the Lamb style inventory where you just always have access to that thing no matter what. What is the idea with inventory? So you will have your main inventory, you will also have a hotbar, and then various things like chests and stores will have an inventory as well. So it's basically just a way of keeping track of a bunch of different items. And then you can use the basis of an inventory for storing other things. So in this case, we're just storing these particular items. In Cult of the Lamb, you could have your followers be in an inventory. You can have an inventory of your cult members, or you can have an inventory of clothing. or the inventory of tarot cards for Clinic, or the inventory of relics, things like that. You like Subnautica inventory system but think it won't fit? Let's have a look. Subnautica inventory. Oh, where it's on a little pad thing. Yeah, definitely not fitting for this game, because that's a first-person game. Whereas this is third-person. Like, see how they have stuff hovering over selecting? And then, of course, we can have different tabs. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea of having an endless stack count. I guess we'll have to play with that. Because, like, for coins, there's not really a good reason to have that, because you always see your coin counter in the top bar. But for anything else, plus it's also good practice for future-proofing to have the optionality of stacking. Not a big fan of large and endless numbers, unless the game has a reason for it. Limits make you think how you should spend limited space on something. So, I don't want the focus to be so much on space management, so much as on your resource management overall. So, for instance, I keep coming back to this because it's so well done. So, any item that you can get in Cult of the Lamb, it will always stack endlessly, right? So you only ever need to find it once, as opposed to Stardew Valley. That's a very bad image. So for Stardew, it makes sense that you might have separate stacks for things of different quality. Right, that makes sense. But otherwise, What's a better example that I can show here? Here. So you've got like 999 rocks, 999 rocks, 999 rocks. Whereas in Cult of the Lamb, you can go up theoretically infinite. I don't know what the actual max is. I guess we are kind of saying that 999 is the max. Cult of the Lamb max inventory size. Hadn't created in ages since there hasn't been. Turns out you've reached your limit. Okay, so 999 is their limit. That makes sense. It's becoming a meme that I keep referencing this game, but there's a reason for it. It's an amazing game, right? There's a reason why it's so successful. There's a reason why I love playing it every week. Right? Good artists copy, great artists steal, the best artists steal from multiple sources. The other thing, too, is that I haven't really played Stardew with a controller. I know you can use the mouse to click and drag. So it's going to be interesting seeing how we switch between this and the hotbar. Alright, we can worry about things like stat count later. I guess for now, having a stat count of 999 makes sense. Or you could just do arrow key X and Y of an inventory. This is the same problem we're having with the farm, is having to tell whether we're using a controller or a mouse. So, like, I suppose I could have it where the mouse moves to a particular... Oh, that's another thing I need to do, is add... Our slots need buttons. Because that's what's going to allow us to select them. Can't each slot just be its own thing? Yes, each slot is its own thing. That's what this is. I did this for the circuit tracker. True Shadow supports most custom UI components, however, it may need some help to achieve the best performance. Let's say you have a shader for a dissolve effect on your UI. True Shadow will generate the correct shadow for your UI. However, as you change the dissolve amount, the shadow does not update. This is because True Shadow can cache generated shadow textures and even share them between identical looking UI elements. Normal UI don't have a dissolve property. True Shadow doesn't know the UI has changed. There are two ways to solve this. Add the disable shadow cache component. This is suitable for the effects that update every frame. Or simply if you wish to not do any additional steps. Or give True Shadow a hash of your properties. Not all properties of the text need to be included in the hash. Properties affect the size of... If you have too many properties, or if they're expensive to access, random hash also works. This makes the shadow respond to changes, but prevents shadow notes on TextMesh Pro. Due to its use of submesh objects, additional code may be necessary. If the texts are dynamically changed at runtime, some code are necessary. Ugh. These submesh objects don't send the usual dirty signals like other UI, so true UI can't detect when they're changed without expensive pulling. When you change these submeshes, you need to call Good thing I noticed that. All right, well, we're using 22.3, so that shouldn't matter. Could create shadows that can react to actions such as mouse or a game controller. To use a custom shader on the shadows, create a material for the shader you want to use. Add the shadow material component. Alright, that's clearly not what we want, so let's just leave that for now. What? Thank you for undo. Okay, so we have our button component. Judging mechanic can have a cool feature where you can spare a center soul, so it helps you with farm, but it has some kind of a limit. Soul is a farmer, worker, or something. I did have an idea of how you could add other people to your farm, but that's going to require a lot of like AI and keeping track of other systems. But yeah, eventually down the road. I don't necessarily know if we need slot item yet. We'll see. Also, you can go why are there two? Right, because we already had that. Will the weapons have their own slots, or am I planning on merging them? So your items will be like any other item. You can equip them, unequip them, that sort of thing. I guess we should also have an option for if you can drop it on the ground. All right. I'm going to take a 5-minute break to go use the bathroom, get some coffee, grab some dinner, and then I will be right back and we'll continue this. So stick around. All right, I am back, and I actually had a really interesting idea. So, being that this is the Underworld, and I want to have special Easter egg characters, one of them could be Ratau, considering we killed him in Cult of the Lamb. And we could have like a whole storyline about that between him and Charon. And so I was thinking, make it so that characters who are in the city are people that either had like a very abrupt death and couldn't afford to pay the boatman because they weren't given a proper funeral, which that would apply to Ratau, considering he was foisted away by the fox. So I'm just going to make a note about that. Characters are those who died under special circumstances and didn't have the proper funerary rites sufficient to give 2 points to the boatman, so they cannot actually cross over and are stuck with you. So this might tie back into what you were saying before about having other characters who are farmers, for instance, or other laborers being on your farm. So they could be similar people who didn't have proper funeral rites. Here's in the tavern, drunk, playing gambling games. He will have an exchange with Charon, who sometimes frequents there at night when he's not working. He will get mad at Charon and call him River Boy, referencing the creator of Puddle. When you first talk to him, he will say, you are the child of death. I knew a god of once. A god of death, and trained his replacement, that cowardly traitor whom I thought of like a son, tricked me into a run-in that damned betrayed me. That damned fox. Before me to that damned trickster fox, or before that damned trickster fox to me, depending on your relationship with him, he will either condemn the lamb to the lowest circle of hell or forgive him, thus adding closure to that storyline. Right? That's cool, because Cult of the Lamb references other games like Don't Starve. So you could have like one big continuity, right? Because our art style is somewhat influenced by Don't Starve as well. So I just love it when games do that. And this would be a nice way to pay homage to Massive Monster and Riverboy for all the entertainment and enjoyment that I've gotten from there. I especially like this line, because Charon definitely is a river boy. He's the guy who ferries the people across the river. Ratu often gets in trouble with the bartender having an outstanding tab, which you can pay off to win reputation with Ratau. Yes, you have not heard that name in like 40 seconds. But yeah, I love shit like that. We have meta stuff. So for instance, some of the other characters that I came up with. So Hecate would be modeled after Alexandra James. So Hecate is the goddess of witchcraft. So Alexandra James is the lead vocalist for a band called Twin Temple. You might have heard me mention them before. Certainly all of my Cult of the Lamb playthrough titles are named after songs that their bands make. So most bands that are satanic tend to be heavy metal, but they're actually a satanic doo-wop group, and they sound amazing, by the way. And so she has songs like I Am a Witch. So that's perfect for that. And let me see if I can find a non-offensive image of her. Alexandra James. Because there's a lot of not safe for work ones. Here's a good one. So modeling her after that, I think that would be a nice homage. Very fitting with the theme. Waiting for Marussia Dark NPCs, who is hidden deep inside the woods, and whenever you want to talk to him, says he's busy working on something, better to not bother him. Self-insert is a little bit too far. Right, like it's fine if I homage other people and works. It's a bit narcissistic if I do that for myself. Although there's a very excellent game that does that. It's called Chalk, spelt like C-H-A-L-K, like drawing chalk. I think it's French. But you play as this cute little girl going through escaping a fantasy tower, and I'm not going to spoil the ending, but the ending is kind of a developer self-insert. But it's a very good game. Very cute art style. Sort of a point-and-click adventure type. Alright, back to inventory. Okay, so slot has a button. When you press the button, highlight the selected item. If there is one, if nothing, just return. Turn on the slot indicator ghost object, which tracks the player mouse position or moves to the next navigation slot. Are a raycast from the cursor position to the inventory. Create first selected. When the when inventory first opened, make first slot selected. If mouse or key or stick movement update selected. Selected icon if there is one. If nothing, just return. Slot interface. See. If you click somewhere that isn't a we need to store particular slot as the last selected slot. If you click somewhere that isn't a slot, or clean the ghost back to that slot and disable it. Turn off highlighting. Or highlight new. Highlighting equals, let's see. Click on another button slot. That slot data and set current slot data. If it's empty, if it's the same, check the stack limit. If over stack limit, do nothing. Otherwise, add one to the stack. If slot is empty and you hit use, trying to think here. So if hit interact, which is button down, then you will always dump all of it. Whereas if it's the same, you dump if you hit use, dump one. If you hit interact, you dump one. If you hit use, you dump all. All, if you hit interact, will dump one. What I really need is the slot is empty and you hit use, will dump all. If you hit interact, will dump one. That's if it's empty. If slot is the same and you add one, move one, add all, remove half, add half, if slot is not the same, swap, if you an item from the ground, check if there is room in your inventory if any slot contains the same item, if its stack count hasn't been reached, add to next available slot if one exists. If coding was only just typing slot has button when this do that instead of all this if else variables, well, if else is logic, right? So I'm saying if slot is empty, do this, if slot is not empty, do that. So if else is important. Otherwise, leave on ground and return early. Thinking about it, tools should always have a slot in your inventory. A bit confused with my idea. Which idea? I actually don't like that they always have a space, because that means actually that's a good question. Stardew Valley, can you drop tools on the ground? Ah. That's what I wanted to know. That makes sense, actually. Having a button on the side that you can drop them. Right, so then this is your hotbar. Debating whether I like the hotbar in the menu or not. Or whether I'd rather have it in front, like how we have it in our mock-up. I guess if we have the thing here... Yeah, wheel bar. Like a radial wheel menu, although that's a completely different beast. That's hard to do. But for consoles, it works. I really, really like the layout of this. It just makes so much sense. Suppose a lot of it also would depend on scaling. So things like wood, you know, how much wood do you get per chop? So they give you like 12 to 16 per tree. Or even more, all the way up to 40 pieces. So that's way more than what I was thinking. Yeah, I think I like this method better. But interestingly, every chest brings up the backpack. Are there items that you can use to build? What do you mean? So like you can build structures out of things by combining materials together. Let's go back here. Can I emphasize on what the inventory will do aside from storing the seeds? It will store anything that I need to store. Tools, equipment, seeds, crops, fish, gifts, food items. As I mentioned before, we could use an inventory system to store followers if we wanted to. We can store anything that needs to be stored. That's the beauty of an inventory. And then it's just a matter of deciding what we filter into that particular inventory. I'd love to see a shuffle type system where every icon that you click would open that category and the UI will be different. For example, seed UI, weapons, tools, UI follower. That would be a lot of work. So we can have specific chests that only accept certain things. Right? It's like we could have a tool shed that only accepts tools, for instance. Like if you want to put all your tools away. We can have a seed bag that only accepts seeds. That kind of thing. So thinking about it, so we should probably make our inventory generic. And then have specific inventories that only accept certain types of things. It'll be tricky if you have something that could potentially be in multiple places. Unless we have like it's like a tool shed makes sense because tools are all going to be of a particular class. A seed storage makes sense because they're all going to be of a particular type. Like a food storage makes sense because they're all going to be of a particular type. Like a refrigerator kind of thing. Trying to think what other types there would be. The problem is, how do I define what the categories are? Because there are only two ways. I could either do it through inheritance or through composition. If I do it through inheritance, then something in C# can only inherit from one thing at a time. So anything that's a tool makes sense. Anything that's a seed makes sense. But what if theoretically I had something that was a tool and a seed? Maybe that's a particularly bad example, but there are examples in C# of where something can be one thing or another. So for instance, say I wanted to put only birds in my inventory, right? Or actually a better one would be, say I had two inventories. One that was an aquarium where I could only put things that swim, and one was an aviary where I could only put things that fly. Okay, so where do I put a penguin? Or I'm sorry, not a penguin, a duck. Where do I put a duck? Because a duck can swim and it can fly. So I wouldn't be able to put it in both. I could only put it in one because of the way that inheritance works. I could use interfaces. Because you can inherit multiple interfaces. Again, you can nitpick about the particular example. Maybe a better example would be, say I had something that housed birds, and say I housed some things that swim. Well, a penguin is a bird that swims, right? So actually, I think I answered my own question. The way to handle that would be with interfaces. So then if I ever had something that was multiple ones, I could assign it multiple interfaces. Okay. We'll do that. Public interface I slot. Public interface I tool slot. Public interface I seed slot. Public interface I Right, so if an item shares multiple things, that's the whole point of interfaces. I just need to be careful about how I structure them. So for instance, I could say public interface edible seed. That can extend iSeed slot and iFood slot, right? I know, but I'm trying to future-proof it. Actually, thinking about it, since we're on the subject of tools, so if one of your starter tools goes missing somehow, then your mentor from a strange vendor in the side of town. I was going to say you can get it from your dad, but your dad doesn't really approve of your doing this in the first place. So doing that would be a bad idea. Although he could use it as a way to mock you. The horror element of the game is having an unsupportive father. Alternatively, get it from your dad and he chastises you without needing his help, and or what are you up to that you need this? Okay, what's the end goal? Minecraft type, Pikmin type, Cult of the Lamb type? Where you just bail later? You mean the end goal of the game? Sort of like Stardew Valley, wherein you have 3 years to essentially build up your farm and the community. In 3 years' time, your father celebrates your coming of age tale, or your coming of age ceremony, at which point you get judged based on how you did in terms of things like, you know, how much money you made, how much stuff you sold, your friendship with various people in the town, how many souls you judged, your reputation from judging souls accurately, you know, whether you're married or not, things like that. Whether you helped build up the community center quest. So, stuff like that. It would be cool if Death and his pals judges you and somewhat mocks you. More pressure as more people are judging, but nice idea. So in Harvest Moon 64, after 2 years, I think it is, your dad comes back and he's the one that judges how well you did on the farm. And part of what he does is he goes to everyone in town and gets their opinion of you. So like if you befriended somebody, if you have a high friendship with somebody, that will add to your score. If you have a low friendship with them, so he'll talk to various people like the mayor, for instance, and that'll track other things, basically simulating him going around and asking everybody what they think of you. So you would kind of have that system. Interesting last two related search results for the Harvest Moon 64. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Back to this. So, all right, that's fine. If I don't see you later, take care. But we've only been going not even 6 hours yet, so even though it's 10 o'clock, I may be up for a while yet. Certainly trying to get this done. Nope, I will be here for several more hours. Um, Public Kingdom. What is the dead zone? Debating whether we need this or not. Probably not. It's like each inventory can be responsible for its own thing. Could make a separate canvas for each one. I don't think that will affect it. Yeah, if I move that around because it's an overlay canvas, it shouldn't matter. So I can have that be childed to the I could have it be a child of the chest or whatever itself. So here's a question. How many slots do we want to have in the chest? So probably what we want to do is make this even bigger. And 80. divided by 2 to start. Hour-long version of Savior. Nope. Thinking, because that seems really big. To have 30 items across like that. And then to have your backpack thing on top of it. this isn't even going to necessarily be the final look of this. So I'm just trying to get the sizing and spacing down. What if, instead, that's still 30 items, but they seem like they fit a lot nicer. So like one side could be your chest and the other could be your inventory. And then you could have one for like various equipment slots and stuff. So you can drag stuff from one to the other. Trying to decide where I want the buttons to be. Like, I want there to be consistency between the menus. So if we have our inventory always on the right, then we could have other things be on the left. Or do we want our inventory always on the left? Well, let's find out. Create empty UI image. Let's say that we were to do something hypothetically like that. So theoretically, something like that. Like, if this is our inventory, then the problem becomes where to put these buttons. Because like 30 is a good number of things for an inventory. Problem then becomes how confusing is it to have 2 rows for your hotbar? Normally you would want 1 row for a hotbar. Which would mean having to make all of these smaller. How big are these right now? 100? This is where I would need feedback on. Although I guess this is getting more into like the UI design rather than the placement, because the main thing is somewhere on here we're going to have both sets and being able to go back and forth. Let's just see how it looks. Because if I make it too small, also that didn't actually affect the spacing, because once again, not controlling the child size. Um, Add that to queue. First son extended. Second son extended. Alright, are these too small? That's the important question. Kinda. I mean, for let's say 1500 by 500. Mm-hmm. Maybe we're limiting ourselves too much by this particular design. So let us change this to something like that. Okay, I like that better. And then these buttons. And I'll go over here. Um, Um, Great. Image. Um, all right. Now, certain things like stone and wood will have running totals. Buttons like the trash. Do I need them to be buttons, or do I just need them to be selectable? I think I need them to be buttons for navigation. All right, let us see. We have color picker. I'm not going to worry so much about coloring right now. Scripts. Close button. All right, so for now, we'll just say color. Wake. What's that? Public. Wait on enable. Button on click. Head listener. Weird. Excuse me, why are you doing that? Button dot color. Color equals new color random dot range okay. So here, create empty. What system am I going with as far as what? Hello. The inventory system? So I think I'm going to go with the Stardew Valley type, where you've got whatever chest is up here, and then your inventory is down here, your hotbar. Yes. To distinguish what is what here. Maybe I don't want all of that. Actually, thinking about it. I don't seem like a horror genre fan. Sounds like you're not like more into cute and wholesome types of games. So I don't necessarily mind horror. So like one movie that really fucked me up was Drag Me to Hell, just because it had a Russian ending. By which I mean that it didn't end on a happy note. But yeah, I like horror movies well enough. I remember as a kid watching the Goosebumps movies, and the one movie, Stay Out of the Basement, fucked me up as a kid. Just the whole plant thing becoming his dad, taking over. Trying to think, what horror movies have I seen recently? Actually, you know who's working on a horror thing right now is Borodante. So He's making a horror game, like an actual horror game, in which you play as this guy John, and you go through and you have to encounter all these things called witnesses, and he's got all this really like horrific nightmare looking these monsters and stuff. And so he goes over his entire process for developing it. So if you want like actual horror, then I would go with that, because he's very good. He is fully 100% on board in the horror genre. And he uses Unreal. But yeah, there's all like the classic ones like Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street. The Ring. Ringu. Do I want these things here? I'll leave them for now, and then we'll change it later. You're more a fan of human horror, not monster horror. Humans give much scarier vibe. I'm trying to think, would The Devil's Advocate count as horror? Because that's one of my favorite movies. There's also The Omen, The Exorcist. You would have to explain more, like an example of what you think of as human horror. It's like The Shining, for instance. Tell you one thing that actually really does genuinely scare me are shapeshifters. Because like at their best, they can be like very, very attractive, because they can basically fulfill all of your fantasies, whatever you want. But at their worst, they play on your trust and can easily betray and trick you. If you give me examples of movies that you're talking about, I can kind of piece two and two together. Yeah, there are certain movies that are like a lot older that don't stand up as well, either because everybody knows the ending, like what is that? Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane kind of only works if you don't know the ending, which is that Rosebud was his sled. Because the entire movie is about trying to figure out what he meant in his will by Rosebud. What's another one? Cloverfield is actually very good. That's another monster type movie, but the idea that like it's sort of a Blair Witch first person type of horror that's done without cuts. They just hide the cuts very well, and then you don't see the monster, which is a lot scarier. Trying to think what else. There's Gothica from back in the day, with early Halle Berry movie. That's more of like a psychological horror film. You're a die-hard horror genre fan. You just watched a bunch of horror movies and games, but after reading about serial killers, tons of them, it gave me shivers more. I don't understand the fascination with serial killers, to be honest. Like in a survival sense, I get it. We need to be aware of them so that we know how to spot them. But like some people are just obsessed with that shit, and I don't get that. To the point where they'll binge watch entire documentaries. And believe me, I love a good crime drama, right? A good legal drama. But those kind of movies never did anything for me. Little Nightmares and Amori. I think we talked about that. So So like Undertale would be another good example of just sort of like psychological horror. They're scary because people's psychology is just insane. I didn't say that serial killers aren't scary. I said I don't understand people's fascination with them. People's obsession with them. To the point where they recently had that Jeffrey Dahmer documentary that came out. I had zero desire to see it. You know, same thing with the Hatfields and McCoys series. Zero desire to see that. Or what's another one? Dexter. Never was really interested in watching Dexter. Okay, so we have our cursor icon. Oh, I'm not talking about obsession with horror in general. I'm just talking specifically about people's obsession with serial killers. Really hate these serial killers. I just want to steal the horror feeling. Hard to explain. So what is it about serial killers that you find horrifying? Is it the betrayal aspect? Is it the playing on your trust and not knowing, you know, that they're really a psychopath? Is it like the blood and gore aspect of them actually committing a brutal, violent murder? Because whatever that is, you can replicate that in other ways. A mix of human and sci-fi. So that goes back to my point before about shapeshifters. So actually, two examples of shapeshifters, technically shapeshifters, that spring to my mind that really fucked me up psychologically is, one is the second Transformers movie, where he's getting in bed with that one chick who is actually a Transformer, and it's only at the very last minute when his girlfriend walks in that you actually know that it's a Transformer. Otherwise, it's just perfectly seamless. So imagine meeting somebody, you hook up, and turns out that they're an alien murder bot who's just trying to kill you. That will fuck with your evolutionary instincts just a little bit. And then the other one is The Kingsman 2, another sequel movie, The Golden Circle, and that's fucked me up for a different reason. So there's one scene in the... So it's a shapeshifter in the sense that he is playing a role, right? So he can't physically transform, but he transforms in his role, his personality. And he hooks up with this woman, and he shoves a tracker up inside her while they're getting it on. And there's no way for her to detect that, no way for her to get it out, short of surgery, that requires you to be able to detect it. And they just follow her and track her every movement. So somebody had brought up why Fat Bastard from Austin Powers 2, again, another 2 sequel, why that doesn't have the same effect. And I think because that is more like campy and comedy, whereas this was actually trying to be serious. But yeah, just imagine you're trying to hook up with somebody, and all of a sudden now your every movement is being tracked by the government. And you thought Enemy of the State was bad, where they can view you from satellites and cell phones and things like that. Imagine if the tracker is actually inside your body. You don't know it's there, you have no way of knowing that it's there, and you can't get it out. That's some scary shit. I've read a lot about serial killers. They all kind of act the same. They share the same mental state, which makes me question if we all have the serial killer sanity inside us. Potentially. I know Jordan Peterson often talks about how we all have the Auschwitz guard gene inside of us. Maybe not gene, but potential. Right? If you are put in significantly bad circumstances, right? So we were talking about cults before, right? Cults work because you take somebody who's in a vulnerable position and a leader will prey upon them by validating them, by giving them the things that they want or need, and that they use in exchange for indoctrinating them. So I don't know about that one. I think that psychopathy is partly genetic. Not sure about sociopathy, but the fact that there is a genetic component to it makes me think that there are some people who are more or less predisposed to it. So maybe not everyone necessarily has that capability in them. Although there's movies like The Joker, for instance, where you take somebody who just wants to make people smile and you completely destroy him through society and turn him into a mass serial killer. Actually, two other movies that really scared me. One I think I had talked about previously on stream, which is The Circle, where Emma Watson plays this young millennial who goes to work at a giant tech company, basically simulating something like Google or any of the various social media companies, played by Tom Hanks as the CEO. And they're trying to create a technocratic utopia in which nobody has any kind of privacy, and they basically harass somebody to death because they couldn't leave him alone. They couldn't allow him to be outside of their network because they were all in some sort of brainwashed cult where they track all of your movements. Starting to notice a consistent pattern here, I think. But that was horrifying in the sense that I think the movie taught the wrong lesson. It wasn't that we shouldn't do this at all, it's that we just didn't do it the right way. You know, we didn't create a Huxleyan dystopia the right way. You know, we didn't allow people the freedom of association to be outside of our organization as long as they're not hurting anybody. So that's scary because of how real and seemingly inevitable it is that we will eventually get to something like that. And then the other movie that I found that was very scary is The Fourth Kind. So if you're not familiar with it, most people have heard of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Let's do this instead. So there are actually 6 different classifications of close encounter when it comes to aliens and UFOs. Most people are familiar with what's known as the third kind, mainly because the movie made that popular, and that's actually where it was named from. The same thing with the fourth kind, it's actually named after the movie. So the 6 kinds. So the first kind is basically you see something in the sky. All right. The second encounter, or the second kind, is some sort of physical object, right? So like the Roswell crash, where you have physical debris, allegedly. So the third kind is where you have an actual physical encounter with a being, right? So the reason why Close Encounters of the Third Kind is called that is because they actually make physical person-to-person or person-to-alien contact in that movie. The fourth kind has to do with abductions, right? So an alien actually comes down and takes you up into their ship and does God knows what to you and then brings you back. Usually they wipe your memory kind of thing. So what scared me about the movie The Fourth Kind is that they actually had parts of the movie where they would juxtapose the recreated fictionalized footage alongside actual footage from various encounters. And it was the actual ones that were really, really scary. Because I looked at some of those and I couldn't really explain it. And this was presumably back before the days when heavy deepfakes and AI were getting involved. Right? So there's one scene in particular where they're looking at police dash cam footage. And you just see this giant black silhouette come down over top of the center of the car. Are there ways that it could be faked? Probably. Is it likely that it was faked? Probably not. I don't know. Scary shit. And then especially at the end of the movie, when they show the supposed possession of the person, then like they're doing like really freaky contorted shit with their bodies and floating up in the air, kind of like The Exorcist kind of thing. And again, the way that the movie is structured, you have the fictionalized version on the one side and the real footage on the other. So could they have done like some Chris Angel, David Blaine type of stuff to fake that? Probably. Is that what happened? I have no idea. If it's not, that is some freaky shit. So then there's the fifth kind, which is telekinetic communication or otherwise psychic communication with an alien being. And the sixth kind is death by an alien, right? So like the whole slaughtered cows type of thing. So those are the 6 types. And then there are other categories as well. But yeah, so trying to tell me that I'm not a fan of the horror genre. Sounds like your fear is being tracked, which you get. I do too have that fear, and shapeshifting is kind of like serial killers who shift into other people to gain trust. So I think it's probably more a fear of being controlled or betrayed is probably the case, because there have been several times in my real life when I have been severely betrayed by people whom I had loved as close as anybody I could ever possibly love. And so that is a very costly endeavor to have to go through, right? Talking about time lost, opportunity lost, money lost, relationships lost, emotional damage. There's a reason why Dante made betrayal the lowest circle of hell. It's because it's one of the most damaging things that you can do to a person. Because it teaches them that if that can happen once, it can happen more than once. And so now, somebody that they placed the highest degree of trust in has just proven that they are not worthy of that. That calls into question everybody else on the entire planet. And that is a very difficult thing to get over. And to some extent, you probably don't ever get over that. Because in the back of your mind, you know, if it happened once, it could happen again. And you don't want to put yourself out there and make yourself too vulnerable, because it's just going to lead to you getting hurt. And we as human beings, our entire psychology evolved to protect us mostly from pain and death. Pleasure being a secondary order of effect. So, betrayal runs deep. And things like shapeshifters, government agents are very notorious for betraying you and doing harm to you. At least in the worst possible scenario. In the best possible scenario, like I said, they will protect and defend you and fulfill all your fantasies. So I'm not unaware of both sides of that. That must suck to be betrayed. I cannot relate to that, but I'm sure it sucks. I hope you never have to experience that. But to some extent, it does make it difficult to understand other people who have been through that. So, ignorance is bliss. Betrayal, murder, scams, bullying are all done by humans, and if the game can make these relatable feelings with the gameplay, it outweighs any scary monster by miles. Correct. So, you remember Take a Shot. We were talking about Cult of the Lamb before, and I brought up the fox and the whole side quest with Ratau, and how that fucked me up emotionally, because it's a betrayal, right? You were led to believe one thing, that you were going to give him a peaceful send-off, a meaningful death, right? That he had given you all these gifts before. You're trying to be a good guy, trying to be a nice guy, and then he just pulls the rug out from under you and hurts you emotionally, especially if you weren't expecting it. So, to your point about serial killers, betrayal of trust is certainly one aspect of it. You won't have that because you have zero trust and have severe fear of other humans. Interesting, where did that come from then, if you claim that you've never been betrayed by anyone before? Because usually that's the type of thing that experience teaches you. Right? Like, it's one thing for your parents to tell you, it's like, don't talk to strangers. It's another to have a stranger do some sort of harm to you. One of those instills a greater sense of mistrust than the other. And actually, the negative experience, as bad as it is, at least is informed by something real. Whereas with the parent who's just saying, don't ever talk to strangers, they're not really giving you the full story. They're not telling you the positive side of talking to strangers, right? Of the opportunities that come along with those costs and risks. My idea isn't to just make some spooky guy a hidden serial killer, to really mess with people's heads. I've seen other people getting betrayed, secondhand experience. Alright, I'm going to take another break, and then when we get back, we'll try and actually do something with this. So stay tuned for that. So we have our, effectively our cursor here. I don't think I'll ever be close with anyone due to how much I fear others. That will create another problem, double-edged sword. So again, going back to the idea of where did that fear originate from? So with someone like me, for instance, I can trace those fears back to an actual experience that I've had, something that is real, right? To where somebody caused actual physical or emotional harm to me to instill that fear in me, because fear is a way of avoiding pain and death. So if you have that particular fear, right, try and trace back to where in your history that fear first manifested itself. What negative experience caused you to have that particular fear? Or is it just a lack of counterbalancing positive emotions? So for instance, if somebody has just been telling you, indoctrinating you effectively all of your life, you know, don't talk to strangers, but you've never encountered anybody who could give you a positive experience whom you've never met before, effectively a stranger, then that's not really a realistic assessment of the world, now is it? And by the same token, you know, if you have never gotten particularly close to a person, that is not really a healthy experience either. You're not really living. Or at least you're only experiencing the very worst half of life. So another one of my favorite movies actually is Good Will Hunting with Robin Williams and Matt Damon. So in there's a scene where he's talking about his dead wife. And the idea that, you know, yes, it's tragic that he had to go through all of that pain and grief and suffering of her with cancer, but there were also plenty of good memories, you know, little things that just make him happy to think about, and he wouldn't trade any of that for anything in the world because they're valuable to him and because he loved her. So again, this is why betrayal is such a very powerful force in the world, because it takes that love and it corrupts it and preys upon it. I guess being a shut-in for 8 years and never having a friend or a happy moment. Super, super rare. Always pain, sadness, and just everything being the same. Now, anything that might make me happy makes me think it's fake, not real. I do not act the same as I think, and I know that. That's very unfortunate. Because there is plenty of good in this world. Right? Like Samwise Gamgee. There's plenty of good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for. Right? So it's just about having a realistic sense of what life is like, both the good and the bad. Right? Not being overly Pollyanna-ish, not being overly optimistic, but also not being overly cynical and pessimistic either. If anything, I tend to lean more on the pessimistic side, but I've been trying to get better at that and be more optimistic. So that is something that I've had pretty much since maybe the age of 14 or 16. Probably closer to 16 if I had to guess. And just initial feelings of unrequited love. Feelings of hopelessness, despair, that kind of thing. But life is much better now. All that high school drama bullshit. You're an optimistic person. What makes you happy is showing support to others. Hence why I tend to stay here for hours. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. See? So hopefully all of you watching this at home, you can be as loving and optimistic and generous in your support as our friend Painting Code here is. Alright, so now I really have to get to work on doing this. So... inventor cursor. Public void. Um, um, text. Private text mesh. Pro you GUI. Public void. Slot data, so tertiary icon. Serialized field private text mesh pro UGUI counter text. I'm almost wondering if I should just make this an entire slot. If string sure do having interesting insight. Some things you say are common knowledge to social people, to me in a whole new realm, so thank you. You're welcome. Let's see. Public. Transform dot position equals, for right now we'll say input dot mouse position. We'll deal with the other part later. Just debating whether I want to make this yeah, I guess it's fine. Um, um, See, like all of this, we can just make a cursor visual, or a slot visual, rather. icon.sprite. Um, cool. Cool. Counter icon enabled. That way we could potentially use it for other things. Mm-hmm. Public default. Counter icon dot public sprite equals default icon. Okay. Methods for show, hide that, yeah. The text is null, then it's just going to be nothing. Methods for validating, counting clamp values. You're not going to worry about that. That will be handled at the slot level. Um, public lot data, so should be able to just say serialized field sprite visuals, slot visuals. If what does active self mean? The local active state of this game object. For that one. To do update using generic virtual cursor position. No, do not open Krita. God damn it. Okay. Let's see. Public void. cursor dot current count, get private set. Current count dot to string. Private int current count. Current count, private set, current count equals mathf dot min or max 0. Current count 0 data dot so we're going to need some validating methods. So and region, public int, ensure current count is 0 less than deck count. All right, let's just see if that works for now. So, slot. Trying to decide whether I want to make it extend button or not. It's having to drag that in every time. Right, that's why we didn't do that. Okay. Hmm. Add shine and outline effects when selected. So background icon, secondary icon, tertiary icon. So we should probably make it so that the slot registers with its inventory. Also wondering whether it would be worthwhile to swap the positions of these. So like your inventory is always on top, and then we can move it to its own canvas. rather than having to duplicate all of this. Right, like that would be smart. Just trying to think if there's ever a time when you wouldn't be having your inventory open. See, because on the one hand, I like the idea that every one of these is modular and confined all to itself. On the other hand, empty parent. Yeah, that doesn't look so bad. Just trying to think if I can put a canvas within a canvas. That seems like the smarter way to go about this. Um. Oh, that's that thing. Hmm. Doing all right. I'm just trying to split these out because I think I found a better way of doing it. Assuming I can get it to work. So the idea is that each inventory is going to be its own canvas, and then we can just list them here. Stack. What if inventory row is its own category? You can slide it to the left or right, or is that overkill? That shouldn't be necessary. So the reason I'm doing this is to have the player inventory up on the top. But we could make it so that any of them are split out. So the reason I want it on top is because there'll be other times when we have other things underneath, or if you're only going into your inventory. Actually, there you go. Problem solved. So then we can just have other things here as well. See, I'm hesitant to make this a prefab because I don't necessarily know that these are the visuals that we're going to be going with. Although I guess that can always change. I also don't know why you absolutely refuse. Like every time I turn you on, it does that. What do you mean stuck on the inventory idea? It's going to be an important part of the game. Obviously, I need to be stuck on it because that's how we're going to store things. That's how we're going to get our tools. Mm-hmm. When you say let it play out and see whether it fits, do you mean the concept of having an inventory system, or do you mean like the specific details of the way I'm tweaking the layout and the visuals? Also doing it this way, now I can go back to the idea of an inventory manager. And I can use get component in parent. Public class inventory manager. Static. Public inventory cursor. The idea of an inventory system, obviously inventory system is needed. You're not making any sense at all, mate. Not a mono behavior. So we don't have to do that. Whether the idea works or not can be kept for a while and throughout gameplay see how much it fits, as in whether it feels good, bad, etc. Yes, that does mean backtracking and changing. However, it can be handy at finding out which system is more ideal or just better. Well, regardless of how I actually implement it, there is going to be an inventory system. So if your suggestion is to not so not sweat the small stuff, not worry about the details, fine, that's point taken. But if the idea is to just give up on having an inventory system altogether, that's just madness. Um, got it. Okay. So we're on the same page. Why? Because you don't have the cursor. From your experience, it was just a pain to finish a huge system, only for it to later on throughout the playtest kind of suck. It's kind of hard to predict whether two systems will fit together or not. This is why we're making this in isolation, so that I can just plug and play. That's why I have these buttons and stuff all around. Okay, public inventory. So player inventory is always going to be useful. Trying to think if I want a separate one for the hotbar. Right, what do we actually have here? Um, um, like the player's inventory will always have the option to uh, sort. Maybe we move them over here, actually. There's an idea. I like that idea. Um, Like, we can decide what the player one does. Um, so this could be... what did I say these were? 200 by 150. Maybe that one's not a button. Can you control inventory slots in Cult of the Lamb? I don't know what you mean by control. You can click on them, but they're pretty much fixed where they are. Can you move items around? I don't think so. I'm trying to think if there is an instance of that. Hate it. Actually, there we go. Nope, still no. Alright, fine. Will items in your inventory move around or remain locked in one slot? So that's kind of what we're looking to implement, is the ability I can drag one from here and move it. Placeholder. Just so we have some placeholders to show off different things. Okay. So then our cursor Why is that appearing behind? Those are just placeholder icons for now, but I can differentiate everything. Mhm. Public void sort. Here we need link. using .link. Now we will go back to a single one. Comparison is I need to look this up. Link sort. I need an example. So that will sort them by their display name. So basically alphabetically. Although it would make sense to sort them by like a particular type. And then by name. Oh, perfect. Then by public enum we'll have tools feeds public What other categories should we add, chat? Crops, I guess. Maybe ores. Raw resources. So that would be things like stone and wood. Just so I can see all of them at once. You know what we could do is if we give them an int value, we can decide what order we want them sorted in. So like if we always want tools at the top, for instance. Like products could always be at the end. Tools, foods, ingredients, and I guess trash. Can always go at the end. Um, Go back to inventory. Order by. S.data. Then by display name, then by quality, then by spec count, or by counts. I think that would work. It's like all our good stuff gets shuffled up to the top. Okay. So in that regard, could make trying to think if I want to have separate data for the different quality items or not. All right. Get rid of the Poisson stuff for now. Get rid of all of that. Just focusing on inventory. So you, private void start. Hide. For this, we need a way to get and set data. Public Um, so you, public, inventory manager dot hmm. Slot data is inaccessible due to its protection level. Data. In the dark and lonely night, I swear I'll get to you. Alright, so for now, yep, those two are tools. Okay. And for now, we'll just call onClick. And okay. Obviously, none of that is working yet. So get rid of... we'll leave those there. Because that'll be for things like spawning an item. Okay, so what do we want to do next? So you are our sort button. Serializable. Um, wondering if we need any of this stuff. I guess for now, leave it. Just do that. Oh, no. So probably what we want is we need a way to register our slots with the inventory. Um, Instead of slots, maybe do slot data. Let's have like um somewhere here is the list of all our slots. Okay. Container. Container. Private void. Wait. Private void. Start. I plus then um so I can transform container. Var equals container dot get get all child objects, transforms. Doesn't matter in this case. I is less than s dot count. Lots I. Dot get component. Lots I dot data equals data. Hopefully that doesn't return any null ref exceptions. Lot object. Now the code is more readable after learning C++. Nice. How's it been going for you, by the way? Were you the one that was saying you wanted to learn C# in 24 hours? Not that you have zero coding knowledge, you just want to move on to C#. Let's see, you. Let us give you some starting data. So we'll say the first one is an axe. Then we can have a bunch of coins. Then you can have some hay. Then you can have more coins. Then a bunch of stone, and some more hay. Then a watering can. You do want to do 3D stuff later on. You got a more powerful computer, which allows you to do more 3D stuff. Nice. Okay. And container for you. So let's see if that works. So in theory, this should adjust these. Or it'll give us null ref exceptions. You added set atlas UV component to icon that has a UV icon. Okay, cool. So that didn't do anything that I wanted. Let's see if you at least got the slots. Nope. And the reason for that is because we're doing arrays. Probably do lists, even though arrays are more performant. I don't think it will be a big deal. We actually do need to do that. Let's just see if that does the thing. Watching my 3D dev streams made you really want to try it? Cool. Okay, so we have slots. It's at least doing something. And there are only 300 items. Crap. I didn't think about that. Where crap. How do I do this? I just want the root child objects. Try. Right. Let's do this instead. For each if file dot um I think we can do that. Simpler solution would just be to drag them all in. Okay, well, we at least have the correct number of them. And you do have the correct data. Okay. So now um, slots I dot update visuals. So now you should update your own visuals. Technically working, but there's an issue wherein if the image is null, it returns that blank screen. So how do we deal with that? Unity image showing blank white square want to be null instead. I don't want to have to set their alpha. See, because what if I do this and I do none? See how it just adds an empty square there? Whereas if I do this and set the alpha down to 0, now it doesn't do that. So unfortunately, there's not an easy way to set alpha directly. I could make an extension method. Using the engine .ui. Public static void set or null. Image dot so if sprite is null, actually let's do equals if it's null, then we'll say new color yes, that should work actually. The only time this wouldn't work is if we needed to adjust the alpha on something. I guess we could handle that on a case-by-case basis. Come back here. Visuals. Tried to do Gilgamesh quest during a 7-day game jam. I mean, Grendel's mother was pretty hot in the movie, so... Slot visuals, here we are. Okay, so... icon.set or null. Be a little bit more explicit about that. Maybe not. Yes. So now that should work. Hooray! Except we don't have hay. Right, we were working on that before. That's fine. Okay. So we were able to set all those. Yes. Um, if count is less than or equal to 0, nothing. Okay, so now go back in here, exit play mode before we do anything. And now we start you as nothing. Um, um, let's just see if that does that. Actually, even say empty. You, so when you are clicked, you Um, and that is because, once again, we've got to assign things. Um, Probably what we want to do is not order them in the list, but order them in um, hmm. Let's do this instead. Instead of start, we'll do it on a button. Click void. And then here, move that off to the side for now. Move that off to the side for now. Slot data. You come all the way over here. You come all the way over here. So these are the ones we need. Okay, so first of all, private. Okay, good. They start out as empty. Slot stars keep on giving you Super Mario vibes. Let's see, what can we do about this? Alright, so I have another idea. Instead of doing that, you problem is then our null thing isn't going to work. crap. Hmm. This is yet another argument for making these all individual. Um, Character used for underline. Not available in the font for Western. I'm not sure why you're trying to underline anything. Just hide that for now. Only work properly on UV images. Each image has a different material instance. All right, let's just get rid of that for now, I guess. Set atlas UV. I guess what we could do since we have to do this anyway. Public default material, public material, null material, public material, goes material. Um, what static void? That's right. Oh, image. Serial. Material. No material. Um, uh, um, okay. So now, or um, move to its own method. Call when needed instead. Okay. You. So default is slot icon. And the fallback Can I remove this now? Right, so that's using the ghost material. Like material, current material. I don't think I can click on a button if it's null. Visuals dot current material equals dot ghost material. Move to manager to handle current selected. That should take care of that. Okay, we're almost there. Hooray, no errors. Okay, so now okay, so now we need to figure out drag and drop. Also get rid of the counter on here when it's 0. Alright, so where is this getting called? Alright, before we get into that, I'm going to take another break, and then we'll do one last push. So, I'll be right back. Okay, so um so let us say inventory manager dot current slot equals this. Public void slot um okay. So, visuals on previous slot. Check if actually here we want to say if slot is same or different. If different, update new. Check if we're having or not for whole swap. Same, check if we're adding. Moving. Half or whole. Public we'll add one. Public pool, remove one. Public pool, add half. Move half. Pool, add all. Remove all. So those are the 6 possible ones that we could do. So then we need to figure out what each of those translates into. So I guess for now, we'll just say mouse button down 0. Okay, so let us say Crap. We're back to the same issue of getting on hover and crap. There is on pointer enter. Let's see. Check if it's same or different. So, if current slot so if it's the same, just say add 1 for now. Var temp equals current slot dot data. Update visuals of new and old. On data changed. Liquid update visuals. Visuals.update data. Um, public void. Slot data, so data. Set data. Data equals new data. On data change dot invoke. Void on enable. On data change plus equals that data. Private void on disable. Update visuals, otherwise it's going to lead to Stack Overflow. So inventory manager. Dot set data. And then somewhere here. And then we don't need to do that. So we are not calling swap anywhere. Hmm. Okay. So it's not updating our visuals, but that's okay. Hooray. That was not the thing to do. Public void, yep. Trying to get it done, because there's a lot to get done, and we've barely done anything. Certainly not for this amount of time. Yeah, a little bit. Um, And the reason why we can't put it over here because we haven't initialized this yet. But now we can put them over here. That's so cool. That makes me so happy. Alright, so what we need to do public go. No, it's not something wrong. Oh, something working. Yes, something working equals happiness. Something different in a progressively good way. What do I want to? Let's do this instead. Deselect. So if we're swapping, it means the current one needs to get deselected. Um, Update visuals, data, counterattacks. Okay. We need to do that before we set the data. Um, mhm. So there's still an issue. The visual should always be the current one. Um, Um, public. Right, so if the current slot is the same, then we don't have to do that. Um, I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Got about an hour yet to go. Finally, after 3 hours, you managed to get your script working. Now you're happy. Nice. What are you working on? Your horror game? What are you scripting specifically? Oh, right, you do Undertale mods. What is wrong here? No multi-item slots. No, it's hard enough just getting one item into the slot. Unity handler with gamepad and Thor. Event data is gamepad. Probably gonna have to look this up on my own time. What if? Crazy idea. Um, wait. The only thing I haven't tried yet. If that works, that will inform me a lot. About how this all works. Not much combat. I did have ideas for like a Coliseum area where you can go and do fighting, but that's like a very minor thing. Okay. Now it's working. Kind of. What? What is wrong with my logic here? Storing both of these temporarily. For sake of expediency, because I did give it a good try, working on an inventory system, trying to swap out the data is a data SO created for empty data. Here I have the swapping mechanic, but it seems to be buggy. Do you see any why? It's not updating my cursor visuals correctly. It should always be whatever the current data is. For some reason, I had to move that method to before assigning current slot. Except you're a liar, you didn't change a damn thing. Um, I mean, you were correct. We can get rid of this at least. Update should always be the last thing. Alright, so getting data, selection, setting data. Getting data. That doesn't matter. Because they should never be null. Unless these are wrong. I don't think these are wrong. Um... Put this back where it's supposed to be. We have the mouse, and we're moving it to null, so we should get null. Um, I think I know why. Because it is clicking this. If inventory manager dot current slot is not equal to this, then do that. Hmm. I'm going to have to do some more research on this and get back to you with some progress. But I am not happy that we are having this visual glitch. So it looks like it's moving the things just fine. It's the ghost image that's giving me a problem. And if I can't get that resolved, then there's no way to guarantee that it's actually doing the thing that I want to do. So sadly, I will have to go and look into that on my own time. So what I want is for the ghost image to basically mirror whatever is in the middle here. So what I'm currently thinking is maybe we have, instead of it being its own cursor, it could be its own slot. And just be a floating slot, and the only difference being it doesn't have a button on it. So it can't be clicked itself. And it doesn't have a background, but otherwise everything is the same. Yeah, the icon that we're dragging around that's following it. But then I can do a comparison by data No, it's not that it will leave an after image, it's that it is effectively a virtual thing, so... See how, like, I can click and drag this around? And... yeah, that's effectively what I'm trying to do. Yeah, the ghost part isn't working. And if that's not working, then it's very difficult to tell, feedback-wise, if this is working or not. Alright, so this is obviously not working, so I'm going to have to love you and leave you there. And we'll have to figure out something between now and tomorrow. But let's see what is on the docket for tomorrow, actually. Scene management. We are nowhere near ready for that. Especially not while our inventory is not working.